almost managed to finish my breakfast before we started. So close to finishing my breakfast. I'm so happy. I found it in stock again. Kia ora, everyone. How are we today? Alright. Whew. Oh, that'll help clear up the nose. Welcome in. It has been a crazy morning here for me. I went to go and get my usual energy drink, and the little shop around the corner from me was closed. They're not normally closed, so it was like, uh-oh, okay. So I had several options of ways to go. I can either go, we'll use a clock for ease. I can either go 9 o'clock to a little centre that is about a block and a half away that has a bakery that sells them, not cheaply, but it sells them, plus I could get some breakfast. Bonuses was that it was flat, but it was also pissing with rain and it wasn't covered. I could go 6 o'clock direction, which meant going a block and a half, to the petrol station, which I knew had a combo deal, and also had donuts, but again, wasn't covered by the rain, and it was bucketing down with rain. And then also was up a hill. Or I could go the 3 o'clock direction, a block and a half, which was up a hill, but entirely covered, and it had the cheapest combo deal for them, plus I could pick up another vape pod on the way. So I did that, and so I picked up a vape pod, and then I thought the Asian store stocked them. That's what I was originally thinking. They did not, but I'm glad I popped in there because they had the chicken hot sauce back in stock. And I've been waiting months for them to get a bottle of this back in stock so I can grab it. So good, just to add, like, incredible fire to your food. I use very small amounts of it, which should indicate how hot it is. It is a good sauce to add stuff. So because they didn't actually have the energy drinks in stock, but they had that, I picked that up. And then had to go just a little bit further to the warehouse. So I got my energy drinks, and then got back, and now it's like, tired. It's like, it's been an hour, and I already feel done for the day. But we're here. So, hello, BD. Congratulations on getting first. And Smalt. Hello, lovely. I hope you're both doing well today. We're doing pretty reasonable considering I still feel absolutely shot and drained with this cold. I still woke up sniffly. I've still got a little bit of a runny nose, but the grand scheme of things, we're feeling better. I did crash hard after Sunday's stream. It was definitely too long of a stream that I pushed myself for. However, it did allow me to finish the wonderfulness that is we should be finding the right scene. Thank you very much. There we go. We did finish off the colouring book collection spreadsheet, which, oh my god, what a mission to get this finished. I'm so pleased it's done. So since Sunday, I've had a little time to reflect. You can see there is one more tab that we have created, which is unprinted digital books. I'm not adding them to my book total until I get them printed. Now, I will eventually get them printed, but I may not be able to go and get them printed before the end of the year. So I don't think it's fair to have that on my shelf and the pressure on me to colour it when I don't even have the books printed, and I'm not sure if I'm going to get them printed. So I definitely want to get the Herb Leonard one printed for Christmas, because that one's really cute. But yeah, so that also brought our total down a little bit, but it's so nice to have this all sorted, all figured out. So the only thing left to do is to go through an update with some of the books that I've been working on this month. So the actual WIP in progress and pages completed is technically not accurate, but the idea now is that at the end of the month I can go in here and just edit the books that I've done, and it will help me keep track of it. It also gives me the unworked books, so now I know what books we need to focus on for the next couple of months. So yeah, I'm very, very pleased with having that done. So thank you to everyone that helped me get through it on Sunday. However, it's time to get back to Nelco Neco. It's been a while. We should have had this one done. However, you never can factor in sickness when it comes to this. It's just a thing that happens. You get sick, and then you don't quite finish to the time schedule that you're planning. So it would be really nice if we can at least finish the Inktense base today, because then we can get onto the pencils, which will be a little quicker, and start doing some of the finishing details. I love this page. I love this page too. I love this book. I can really see myself doing a lot in here. However, because this one's been a WIP for so long now, I'm just sort of like, I kind of want to break from it. But also, I almost switched books today. I almost pulled out another book. Then I was like, no, I really want to go on with this. Now, last time we finished off most of the houses, I did colour in the windows, and I regret colouring in the windows, the really dark grey. So I am probably going to have to do Posca or something over these windows, or figure out something for the windows, because I regret that colour on the windows. But other than that, we're doing alright. So we're going to start by trying to finish off our matcha house today. So I need some Inktense pencils. I should have changed my water. Ugh. The joys of running late to stream. I'll take out all the brushes that I accidentally left in there for far too long. It's not good for the brushes. Ooh, we'll give it a go, but if need be, I'll go change the water. It's not got any colour in there, it's just got glitter residue. You've been working in Furballs. Furballs is such a gorgeous book. And it's like a good size to just get pages done. It's just like good little projects, I find. Alright, so most of this house so far is the beach green and some like spring green, I believe, like in these more earthy greens. But I want something darker for the actual drops. But Ionian green is kind of, I suppose if I did it really lightly, it would be okay. It does have that sort of earthy brownness. I don't want to go into like these real blue greens. Oh, light olive could work actually. It's a really bad colour swatch of it, but light olive might do the job. How are we all doing today? So Beatty's working in Furballs. What else are we up to? I got sidetracked by 30 Days of Creativity last night, so I ended up doing a double page in there. But it was a really fun little break. I've completed quite a few of the pages this month, so my next one on the list to work on is actually Tasha in the D&D coloring book, which is almost the book almost what I pulled up to do on stream today. Just for a change, but it was like, no, I kind of want to get back to this one too. I'm doing good. I am taking stock of my own books now that I'm thinking about it. Nice! I find it's really, like, it's good mind clearing. I know, I feel a lot better having done it and just having gotten it all organised and knowing my collection and knowing that I've got now the accurate stack totals, or can calculate accurate stack totals and little bits and pieces like that. It's just helping me a bit with peace of mind. Oh gosh, sorry if my nose is a bit runny. I'm a bit scared to count how many books I have. It's surprising. It is good to know. For me, like, also just having that list of you already own this book. Like, because I went to the warehouse for the energy drinks, I had to, of course, look at the colouring books in store. And I've been getting a bunch of old LOM stock and just slapping like a $5 or a $10 price on it. They got like a bunch of Kirby books in that way, which I already own all the Kirby's. I'm well aware I own all the Kirby's, so that's a real easy one for me to go I don't need, because I own every Kirby that's being produced, unless it's a different format from regular production. But they've been putting out, like, they've also been doing it with some Millie Barriotta books. So that was neat today. I had a quick look and I saw Millie Barriotta, and I was able to look on my phone, pull up the list and go, nope, I have these Millie Barriotta, because that's one that I never remember which ones I have. I know I have Secrets of the Sea and I don't remember the rest of them. So it was very, very handy. It's come in handy a couple of times already, which means success. It was worth all the stress. I know that I'm still under 100. That's all good. If 100 makes you happy, stick with 100. Like, a lot of my collection now is going to try and focus on curating books that I love rather than just any book. Which is why I haven't rushed to get a Colouring Heaven subscription. I'm still waiting to hear if that magazine shop was able to source a Colouring Heaven. I did say that I usually popped up once a week anyway, and then I've been sick and haven't been up to Mum's for 3 weeks, so I hope they were just holding it, going, oh, we'll just wait for her to come in. They did have my phone number, but I've had no calls, so it's okay. Next time I'm up there, I'll pop in and see if they did manage to source it. It's possible it's going to come in at the start of the month as well, when the book, like the magazines, change over. I may have broken down and pre-ordered Hannah Carlson's new Christmas book and Maria Troll's next book after Falling Star. Oh my goodness, Speedy, that's so exciting. Also, Sassy Phone, hello, how are you going today? Lurking? Oh good, enjoy your lurk. It is candy, it's cats and candy. This whole book is just adorable cats doing people things. So here they're in a candy village. It's meant to be a Christmas village, but that's boring. We wanted candy, so I did everything candy colours. So rather than gingerbread houses, we've got shortbread houses, and we're working on the matcha house now. How are you going today, Sassy Phone? Oh, my nose. My nose. My nose doesn't want to give me a break. I also caught one of my fingernails and it like snapped right down here. It was as long as this one. It was like a whole chunk off the side, so I had to like trim it right down. It's so sad. But probably a sign my nails need to be trimmed. They are ridiculously long. I got caught while I was trying to clean up. I'm writing D&D lore for my campaign. It'll be nice to have background noise. Excellent. Co-working stream. I thought about setting up as a proper co-working stream, but actually having a timer on screen, and then it's like 25 minutes, no talking, 5 minutes of talking, and just there to try and get work done. They're quite handy streams to work in sometimes. Yeah, there's quite a few people that do the co-working streams now, and like I really enjoy the vibes of hanging out in there, and there's no pressure to talk because of course you don't talk for like for a portion of it, and then they'll have a small talking section, and they usually have like a community task list, so everyone can put their tasks on there, and then you can say when you've done certain tasks. So you also, it's quite beneficial. But I usually don't put a task or anything. I just lurk, and it's chill music, and it's just like cool. I'm just here secretly vibing. Good for if I want to watch something like a live stream, but I don't want to socialize. Because it's not meant to socialize. Oh. The hot sauce is doing its job. I can feel my nose now starting to move, so I'm just gonna mute you guys for 2 ticks so I can blow my nose. Oh, that's better. Alright. Much better. Alright, we'll use you for here too. Now I've just got to work out what we do for the other elements that are on here. Because like the little twists can be green too, that's not a problem. Plus I didn't activate the door frame, I'm just realising. But like, do I do these little square cookies? The other 2 squares is shortbread cookie, because that's kind of what I visualize them as. They have 2 squares that are flavour and 2 squares that are shortbread. And then we've also got the chocolate on the side, although that could technically be a window, it doesn't necessarily have to be chocolate. That's definitely chocolate. So let's make this a window frame. Let's remove what we can to make life easy. I suppose I should technically pull out the grey and do the window grey to match the others, even though I regret that. I need a better brush. I don't know why I'm using this one. It's god awful. Try that one. give that a minute to dry. While that's drying, I want to come in here with the deep green and add some dots onto these tubes to represent the sugar texture. Probably not going to be too much noticeable, but hopefully it'll add just a little bit of texture. Should have brought you in a bit. Might need to refocus it to do that. I'll just manually bring you in. A little bit more detail. Okay. If I do that white chocolate, it's going to be very similar to the frosting, but that's okay. Let's do the shortbread cookie. God, now I have to go right back to the start when we were doing these. What colours was I using? I think there's actually a little bit of Sicilian yellow. Yeah, there's a little bit of Sicilian yellow for the light areas. Some willow. Maybe some tan. And you'll settle ground, so you're probably willow. Willow. And then while we're here as well, where's the colour? I need you to stay in the tray. I have not written down my colours for the other page I'm working on, and I can't lose those. Do the little one in here that I had missed, and then I'll come in with the dark chocolate once it's dry to do its little bit of chocolate. Alright, that's the pirouettes they're called. Okay, if these look a little different to the other cookies, as long as we do all of them so that they match. I hate this brush too. Where is the good brush that I liked using for this? I have no idea. It's gonna annoy me until I find it. One brush I like using because it's got a really stiff point that works really well for getting like the ink into the quarters and getting like delicate lines if I need delicate lines. This one's not bad. Alright, so we have one of the square cookies down here. Let's make you so I can do you dark brown. Itchy nose. Our music has gone very quiet for some reason. Spotify. Why are you so quiet? Oh, we're in the Christmas album. That's why. Skip. Alright, that one, and then there's one over here. Alright, is that all of those cookies? Or anywhere else is going to do cookies? It's going to be... possibly the other cookies too. I haven't figured that one out. Alright, we'll do over here first. Oh, hope you're all doing well out there. Hope the stock takes are going well. For those of you doing the stock take, or the colouring, or your projects. It'll be really nice if we do manage to finish basing this today at least. I've been saying that for the last couple of streams where I have worked on this on stream. Oh, we'll see how we go. It's so annoying falling sick. Makes me write down. Oh, there's glitter on this brush. This might be a glitter brush, that's why it might be a bit further. Still good. Still work. Not the end of the world if there's one random speck of glitter in it. But no, so we add all the glitter around it. Done those ones up there. Just add down here at the bottom corner. Okay. I thought these two circular things were part like their arms or something, but it's actually behind this, so it's part of the house. So, you can pull out a dark green again. Dark for a match it could be, but it'll do. It'll give us contrast, which is actually more important here. That might be a section of frosting I've missed there. But luckily we still have to go back and do some frosting, so we can work with that. But let's do it now. The colours are going to be similar to the white chocolate. So the frosting we do in Albrecht Durer's. Good job, baby. There is a flat car, not so much. Pretty sure that's the colours I used for the frosting. Just like the tiniest amount of this grey, a little bit of more grey, and mostly ivory. While we wait for that side to dry, we'll do these sections of frosting here that I've missed, and we can get onto the white chocolate. Should have gone back and actually watched the VOD on how I coloured this. Pretty sure this was right though. Too bad if it's not. Done it now. Albrecht Durer, it will activate pretty pale regardless, so not the end of the world. Here we go. There's that one. There's just this little section down here. Ooh, excuse me. I hate working around the gap. Yay! Alright. That was the frosting we missed. Looking a little bit more brown on the ground, but that's okay. Alright, let's see if we can get this white chocolate to be logical. Out of the swirly thingy in front. Ugh. Goodness. Guys, I don't know why I'm yawning so much, but I do know why I'm yawning so much. I got jerked away by the sounds of someone very loudly singing at 4:30 in the morning in the hallway. It's like, what the heck? And then I had a mild moment of panic. It's like, did I lock my door? So I had to like quickly mobilize and lock my door because I just had this person singing and like it sounded at first like they were trashing something in the hallway. It's like, what the actual hell? But then I locked my door and quickly went back to bed. It was like in bed listening, and then I was like, hang on, they are trashing stuff. They're the cleaners. They're the cleaners. And I was like, oh, they don't realise, because my building is also a commercial building with lots of little offices, so I think they just, because they don't normally come at 4:30 in the morning. Like, they usually come at either 6:30 at night or 6:30 in the morning. So I don't know why there was a person there at 4:30. Maybe someone in the regular team was sick and that's where they could fit them into the schedule. But yeah, it was just like and the regular team knows that I live here because I bump into them a lot, so they're aware that even though it's an office building, there's a resident on this floor. So when it's 6:30 in the morning, they tend to, you know, they're still noisy, they've got a job to do, but they're not loudly talking to one another or anything like that. 6:30 at night, they're fine. But yeah, at 6:30 in the morning, they usually try to be respectful, but they're not, you know, sneaky quiet. They're still slamming things, but at 6:30 in the morning, like, people start coming into the offices around 7, so I'm not going to begrudge them that. But 4:30 in the morning, being woken to someone very loudly and rather badly singing the rain, I Bless the Rain Down in Africa. But yeah, by the time I got myself calm, they were like moving in and out. So I didn't let them know. But if this becomes a regular thing, I don't know if they're covering or if they've just merged teams or something and now our time is 4:30 in the morning for the cleaning. If it keeps happening, I will go out there and be like, hey dude, appreciate that you're very happy while you're doing your work and you're keeping yourself entertained with singing, but my bedroom's right here when you're singing at the top of your lungs. It's okay. I'm very used to people being noisy in the hallway. He's a security guard that comes through at, I think it's 10:30 at night. So again, they know me because they've bumped into me a few times here. But they come through and just confirm the building is all locked down and nothing's going on and stuff like that. But there's one that used to come through and he usually actually came a bit later, more like 11:30, and he would just be talking so loudly on his phone the whole time. So apart from the windows, which I guess I should ink to make match the others, even though I hate the fact that I inked it. What did I use? Did I use neutral grey or did I use the charcoal grey? Not charcoal grey, paint grey. I use paint grey. I'm not surprised. I love paint grey. Use it all the time. That's neutral. Newer paints. But yeah, it's never fun jerking awake for one reason or another. Especially at 4:30 in the morning. I'm only painting this so that whatever I do on top of the other windows will now match this window because it's got the same grey. That's the only reason we're painting it, just so that when I do the cover up, they match. Okay. Oh, what do we got left that we can do? We've got a few things we could potentially do rainbow. So I think we're going to do that because that'll also pull out a bunch of colours. We're just going to start filling in some things with random rainbow colours. So, just clean these away for peace of mind. Start at the start. And I'm going to use the colours that we used in the bright rainbow lollipop as inspiration. So I know that one is definitely some sun yellow. Yellow. Looks like we use some golden yellow to shade. And then we've got our orange, which is cadmium. That's cedar gold. Cadmium, orange, and then tangerine. Got our red, which I don't remember. I feel like it's a decent chili red, maybe? No, poppy red. Poppy red. Okay, let's pull out some chili red. This is where I kind of should have written down every colour that I was using, but I did not. I could go back and watch the VODs. Also because it's been so long that I don't quite remember what colours I was using where. What was I using to shade the fuchsia? Surely not just deep rose, because that provides no shading whatsoever. Possibly just deep rose. Alright, let's pull out this little shade with it. Won't give much, but it's something. And then I know we're using mauve. Mauve for your violet. Do my shadow. Mauve. Purple. Alright, blue. Definitely some iris blue, and I feel like it was actually lagoon that I was using there. Could also be bright blue, but we'll keep our iris blue. And I know for the green, beach is one of the colours used. I don't know if it's what's used or not, but we're going to pull out apple green. It's beautiful bright green. Take this back to yellow. Okie dokie, that gives us rainbow colours, and gives us two for each colour in fact. And that means we can do things like yellow, orange, red, Pink. Purple. Blue. Green. Yellow. And let's start here with pink. Purple. Blue. Green. Yellow. Orange. Red. Pink. Yeah, this is a lot of what we're going to do to try and fill in some of these areas, is just include rainbows. Honestly, I might need to sharpen a bunch of these Inktense. Alright, we are about to hit our first ad break. It's a bit of progress for an hour. So, oh my goodness, just as the break's about to start, quick, mute the ads! Mute the ads! Oh shoot, too late. Sorry Raiders, you've come in just on an ad break. I really hope you don't get taken just to the ad. Oh my goodness. TK Dodo is a beautiful streamer here on Twitch. We will hopefully get some colouring streams back from them soon. They play a lot of games as well, lots of games that I have no idea about, but I found TK Dodo when they rated me, when I was browsing Twitch and they were working on Teresa Goodridge, and they are responsible for my Teresa Goodridge deep dive. Beautiful colorist, wonderful stream. If that heart is hollow, click to follow. Woo. Let's get that close so we don't get any more back glow, so I forgot about that. But yes, we will say hi properly when the ad break ends. I'm so sorry, it's always the way. I tried to hit the snooze and I accidentally hit the run ad. Oh, we were like a minute away from starting the ads anyway, so it's like, oh. Which means I also do get to do my like self-care chicken. I'm just gonna take this ad break to stretch and also sharpen some pixels. We're doing lots of little details with these guys, so I just need them a bit sharper. try to avoid sharpening my Inktense where I can, but sometimes you gotta sharpen them. You need sharpening. Okay. That's better. No, I don't actually feel like chocolate yet. I have chocolate for later on. Alright. Welcome back from the break. And kia ora raiders, sorry that you raided right in on an ad break, but it is kind of a running joke here that as soon as a new friend joins us that we hit an ad break. And well done on keeping the tradition alive. TK Dodo, thank you so much for raiding in. So you're playing some Dragon Age today. I hope that went well. As you can see, we are working away on this Nelco Neco colouring page from A Story of Precious Cats. This is something we've been working on all month. Because I've been sick, I haven't been able to work on it as much as I'd like. So I'm hoping to get a bit more done today on it. And yeah, we're just working our way through to colour each of the different objects. Right now I'm just using some Inktense to do little bits and pieces. We're just going to try and fill in some stuff with some random rainbow colours where we can, just to help get more of this page filled. Yay! Sammy, thank you so much for the sub. 18 months, oh my god. It's so long. Welcome back to the G Squad, Sammy. Enjoy your ad-free viewing, your room in the retirement home, your emotes, and all that other good jazz that you get with subs. Hope you're doing okay, hun. Hope work's going well. Alright, those can dry. So we have all the sprinkles over here that we could do a rainbow colour. I'm just going to basically just choose a colour, colour in a circle. I'm not going to worry about shading on these too much. I hate colouring in the crack. I don't know what that's meant to be up there. We might just colour it a random colour and be done with it. Pink. I'm alright, work's work. That's valid. Sometimes work is just work. But that's okay. Alright, let's just shove some purple in there. I don't know what you're meant to be. You're now purple. Oh, that's all the dots around there done. green. We can do an extra one in here. Yeah, we'll do another pink. We'll do another yellow. Because yellow and purple's good contrast. We are making some progress. This is going to be where it gets like really fiddly type basing, but it also helps because it's like done. Alright, orange, 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 and you're an orange. Red, red. Pink. Brown here, the leftover pink can go activate our purple, our random purple for whatever that thing is there. Oh, and guess what? 40 stream streak. Holy moly, Sammy. That's a lot of streams. Especially with me being sick and having that period of not streaming because of the sickness. Haven't missed it at all. Thank you so much for your continual support and being here. I appreciate you. Whether it's your first stream, your 40th stream, or 400th stream, I appreciate you all. But very cool that you got the bonus for 40 streams. I can word. Right. Rainbow candies. Let's go do this. Let's make each stripe a color of the rainbow and hope we've got enough to get the full rainbow in. Probably should have counted. That would have been logical, but also meh. Orange. Death. Yellow. Green. Blue. And then we skipped pink. And then it'll be purple. We have exactly enough stripes for a rainbow. Oh my god, it's like they knew. Like they knew we'd be doing it rainbow. I love when that happens. Ugh, perfect. I love when a perfect rainbow works out accidentally. Of course, I could be logical and count these things, but meh. I might count this one just in case. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Rainbow will not work in there. Let's activate the train. Making sure we clean our brush each time, so that we can keep nice clean colour. I still don't know what colour do the gingerbread people. Maybe we just do them as gingerbread, as a nod to what it's meant to be for the village. Just do the regular cookie colour. Or I could do them dark chocolate. Okay, we can worry about that in the future. We will do our candies first, because we've got a bunch of like drops and jelly beads and all that stuff around. So this is where having the rainbow colours out is just going to make it easy, because we're just going to pick our colours and colour things in. So we'll do all them first, and then we'll see where else we can get colours. Really bring that bright rainbow candy village to life. As I've said, if you don't know what colour to colour something that you do know the colour of, because after you start filling in more and more, it'll become obvious to you. Because as you colour things in, it'll become obvious where colours are missing. So that's why we're just now going with rainbows, and we're just going to fill things in with rainbows. So, yellow. Let's do this drop here, yellow. Then let's do this jelly bean green. We have some random drop back here, so let's do that pig. Even though we're right next to a pink thing anyway. My hair is not part of the piece. Red jelly bead. And then let's do an orange jelly bean. And then the only colour we haven't done so far in the rainbow is blue and purple, which the ground is purple, so that's how we can get away without doing so much purple in the candies. Right. Red drop this time. Orange. Green. And for continuity, we will chuck a purple in here. Then yellow, green, which is behind water, so you don't see the jelly bean at all. Do this one blue. Big. Red. Cottage. Right, so we're gonna add in an extra green in here. We're gonna add in an extra blue down here. We're going to take an extra pink in here. Right, I think that's all our random candies. Green's our first one, so we'll start with green and activate all the green Inktense. There's another green. Green. Yes, we're doing yellow, even though there's a pink one before it. That's fine. Oh, I did 2 yellow. Okay. Let's do this pink one. Right on the edge over here. Purple, there's not much purple. Main thing is to make sure the purple looks different to the ground. Only 2 purple. I got blue. Potter, hello. It did. I'm so sorry. I just zoned out there for a while. I got really into the zone, and I forgot to read your message. I went into art happy place because I'm colouring rainbow candies. I'm so sorry about that. How are you going, lovely? So hyper focused on getting all the rainbow colours in. But it adds to the rainbow happiness of this page. Alright, we have a blue right over here. Water. Alright. Orange and red. Got red candies. Yeah. We are definitely getting a bit more filled out. Red candies. And then orange candies. There's way too much water on my brush there. Alright, there's a bunch of candies coloured. Where else can we shove rainbows? I would say here that there's 10 and these 7 colours in the rainbow, so it doesn't work. And I could expand out some colours, but it's still... Come on, phone, wake up. We've got another migraine going on. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry to hear that, Catherine. Uh-oh. My phone sensor is not picking up me. Finger pressing my phone on. How am I going to turn my phone on if the phone sensor's not working? Because the power button's fallen out. Actually, I know how I do it. I plug it into charge and then I take it off charge. And then it pops up the lock screen. The power button on my phone literally fell out of my phone. Come on. Let me get into it. There we go. Fingerprint sensor may be dirty. No kidding. Because the fingerprint sensor is also going, just like the charging port. You could also tell your phone to turn on its screen for you when you pick it up. How do I do that? Because I should probably do that. Oh, Morgan O'Brien just updated their coffee shop, by the way. There's a sticker pick! Okay, so that's the update with the new box that we discovered when we were looking at his Ko-fi on Sunday. It's only £2.20 for the shipping. They're kind of cute. Okay, not the point. I'm guessing I go to settings. Always on display. There we go. Is that what I want? Settings, advanced features, motions and gestures. Thank you. Motions and gestures. Left to wait. Thank you. Yeah. It's checked on, so hopefully now, when I pick it up, it should wake up. That would be ideal, since I don't have the button to wake it up anymore. We'll find out. Probably gonna kill my already shot battery. I gotta replace my phone. I know I've gotta replace my phone. It's gonna double my phone bill. And I don't want to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I suppose I could put a teal in and then we could do these rainbow. But I haven't used teal, but that's okay. Let's just work. Let's just do these. Let's decide on the cookies. So let's look at gingerbread. Let's look at gingerbread because why not? If I go for that one, sorry, that's me hitting the wrong button on my Stream Deck because my fingers aren't great. If I turn that on, make that a bit smaller, and we'll just use this tab. Gingerbread. So we could do traditional gingerbread people. I don't know if this is going to come up with anything. people cookies. Yeah, so there it is, like, done in shortbread. I recently pulled a tick off my arm, and the day later had erythema rash yet again, which could be by the migraine, or they could be dusting up, just because they feel like it. I hate when it's like the body's like, yeah, we're just gonna make you feel something, just because. So annoying. But sorry about the tick. I'm glad you found it at least, but oof. Hopefully it settles and passes soon, because honestly, migraines suck. It's just so much brown. That's the thing. Like, it's so much brown if I do that regular cookie colour. And that's why I don't want to do it just regular cookie colour. I mean, in theory, if you add food colouring to any type of shortbread cookie, you can get a coloured cookie. So cookies can be any colour. I still want it to read as a cookie, but I don't want it to be brown. And this is where I'm struggling now. If I had in teal, we could do these little wells rainbow colour, and then with the light teal, I could do some pastel meringues. So that will also bring the teal into another way. Meringue, that's not how you spell meringue. Yeah, so sort of like this. We could do something like this. I really like the multicolored ones too. That's real pretty. Okay, let's open that image up in a new tab. So maybe not as streaky, but we can work with that sort of idea. Alright, let's do that, because that gives us something to work with. I have teal colours that are very different from the green that were pulled out for this rainbow. Yeah, alright, so we can go dark aquamarine and teal green. So that adds in a colour for here. Alright, let's experiment with this. I don't know if I'll be using the teal green. I'm just going to start with that dark aquamarine. So I wonder if I have a Albrecht Durer that would also work. Here. come out. Come out. Let's work these two colours together. Let's try this. We might not do all the meringue teal, but we'll at least do a couple of them so it makes the teal more balanced. It's not just being introduced randomly, even though it is technically being introduced randomly. Okay. Yeah, I don't need the teal green. I like it for just the more blue. So we add you into the order. So that means now we can do these wheels. Orange. Bye, hello. The last time was making you think I was racing something. It had those sort of vibes. I think this is the album that we call the video game album because it feels like a video game. And it's got the sort of vibes of just making you like go for it. Also, I realise my mic is completely in the wrong position. How are you going, lovely guy? I hope you're doing well today. Alright. Heal. This song has a lot of Sonic vibes. Yeah, it definitely gives me video game vibes, this album. But I don't mind it. I like it. There's a couple of them that I'm like, that feels like Pokemon. That feels like Zelda. Like, it's definitely video game vibes, this album. Yay, we squeezed another rainbow in. I love when I can get a rainbow in. I have no idea what candy this is, but I don't care, because it's a rainbow, so that makes me happy. Right, so we need to get a couple more teals across to make this teal more appropriate. We'll do this one teal, and we'll do this one on the far side also teal. Retail for you, please, sadly does not help with migraine, but it does make me mildly happy because I'll be getting pencil cases and can put my pencils away. Heck yes, Catherine. And retail therapy does produce endorphins, so it is very appropriate. There's something very satisfying about purchasing a little treat for yourself, and if it helps you clean up and organise, even better. I've got a pile of stuff on my table because I have been slowly decluttering stuff as I come across it, but I've got a bunch of stuff on my table I need to sort of like wrap up because it's like dishes or stuff like that, and then find a box or something I can put them in, because that's the next lot that's being donated. And then get well enough so I can go up to my mum's and we can go to the op shop to donate all this stuff. But yeah, I do want to kind of really declutter because I've been feeling very overwhelmed lately, so why I did the stock take and stuff like that. I want to just simplify a lot of what's around me. Too much stuff. Before I became mobility impaired, it used to be every couple of years I would completely rearrange my whole living space, and in that time I would also do a massive declutter, and it helped because you just get rid of crap, but also like there's something refreshing in the rearrange. And yeah, it was a really big clean out, and then like my dad had a bin at his work that I could kind of get rid of a bunch of big stuff from, because as soon as that bin was out for the week, he would like get rid of the big rubbish for me, so I don't have that anymore either. So I used to message him and be like, hey, I've done the clean out again, I have 16 black bags worth of rubbish for you. And he'd donate stuff and get rid of stuff, and yeah, it was very handy. But because I've been like not as mobile, because like in these big clean-outs I would rearrange and move all the furniture, and it was also just a bit of a refresh. But I haven't been able to do that. I haven't rearranged since 2019, so otherwise, a while ago, I would have rearranged my apartment and moved my desk and my workspace into the bedroom, and moved my bedroom into the lounge, because it would actually function a lot better. That would also solve a lot of the lighting issues I have with streams. But I do not have the mobility or the ability to get rid of my couch and move entire desks and move beds and move shelving units and all sorts of stuff. Never need any. Timu has about 500 count single slot pizza cases, around $20 USD. I have $20 USD in the budget right now. Appreciate. I would like to get one of those big 500 pencil cases because I want to merge all my pencil sets together. Which I know a lot of people are like, but the fact is, a lot of the time when I'm working, I tend to merge pencil sets anyway to get the colours that I want, but it's a pain in the butt having them all in separate pencil cases. It does make it easier for travel, but because they're in separate cases, I'm like, oh, I'll just use that case, because that's the case I can take with me. But if it's a 500 set, then I can merge all the pencils together. It's going to take forever to sort out the colour order of them. But it means that I can, like, go through and have them in rainbow colour order, but all the sets mixed. And then it makes it easier of, I need to work in browns, and I can just mix those sets together. Because, yeah, they don't work as cohesively mixed, but certain pencils do work together really well, even if they're different brands. I would still keep my Inktense and water soluble separate to my non-water soluble pencils. But like my Prismas, my Polys and my Caran d'Ache Pablos, they could all be merged because I use them together. Especially once I eventually save up the funds to get the rest of the Caran d'Ache pencils, the Pablos. Before I do that, I do want to get the remaining Inktense pencils. One day when I miraculously have a spare 150. Keep meaning to message the art store and find out if they are ever actually getting the deal with new colours in. Keep forgetting to do that. Wait, which pencils do you want to complete? Catherine, the set that I want to complete my Derwent Inktense because I need the new 28 colours that they came out with. They're not available here in New Zealand yet, but there's a couple of places that will ship them to New Zealand. And then I was very kindly gifted a set of 30 Pablo pencils by Caran d'Ache. And they're a really good mix between the Polychromos and the Prismas and work well with both brands. but there's also colours in there that aren't in both polys and prismas. So that's the other set that I would like to complete. And then I feel like between those 3 sets plus the Inktense, which I use as a basing medium, that should like cover all my pencil needs. So, but the Inktense is probably my first priority because I use that a lot. Also, Andrea Jackson, hello, welcome in, kia ora. How are you going today, lovely? Yeah, I don't have a lot of pencil sets. I have my polys, I have my prismas, I have the 30 set of Pablos, I have the Inktense. I have some Albrecht Durers as well, which eventually I will get to. I'm not as focused on those. The Albrecht Durers, I'm focused more on just getting pastel tones to supplement my Inktense. Because a lot of the time when I use water-soluble pencils, I'm using them as basing medium like we're doing here. So yeah, that's an eventual but not a high priority one. Basically when I like buy pencils to restock used pencils in my prismas and polys, if there's anything left in the budget after I grab the pencils I need, I try to buy open stock new pencils. So I've been doing that with a couple of the Albrecht Durers. That's the plan to eventually get the Pablos. I just haven't needed to do a pencil stock in a long time. I think my last pencil stock was January, but I had to do the emergency pencil stock over at Sammy's. And so I did do a bit of a stock up then, and I haven't needed to buy any replacement pencils yet. Yeah, I don't mind trying other pencil sets, but a big thing for me with pencil sets is I also want them to have open stock so I can replace individual pencils, because if I find a set that I love to use and I use up a single colour of that set, I don't want to have to replace the entire set just to replace that coloured pencil. So when I'm looking at pencils, a big thing for me is, do they come in open stock? And if they don't, then it's not a pencil set that I necessarily am too interested in. I don't mind trying them, but I'm not going to go out of my way to get them. What did I just drop? I have no idea. Oh, there's so much stuff on the ground there. Alright. So, now that we've done this pale teal for the meringues, the other meringues, I really want to do a pale pink. But I don't want to do the fuchsia pink that we've been doing. I actually want to do the strawberry pink that we've been doing. So, I'm going to pull out the carmine pink. And just work with that real lightly. And do that for the remaining meringues. Teal and pink is such a pretty combo too. I'm not going to colour the whole thing. I'm going to let it fade out. Right, phone's gone to sleep. Moment of truth. It did not turn on when I picked it up, but it did at least register my finger a little easier that time. Ugh, phone. How's everyone doing out there? How's all our projects going? I know we've got a few people that are doing this as a bit of a co-work stream while they get their own stuff done. I know we've got a stock take. I know we've got D&D prep. I know we've got actual work and some colouring. How's everyone doing out there? Right, facing it down and then picking it up. Oh, that's a good idea. Alright, we'll face it down and let it go to sleep. See if that works. Got the one right on the side. Alright, I like that little pale pink. Okay. What are we doing next, Beats? There's one more meringue. Actually, probably should have done this one teal. So it's right in front of the pink house. And just a heads up, it's been another hour. So it's also about time for a self-care check-in. Do you need to hydrate? Do you need to stretch? Do you need to take meds? Do you need to get washing out of the machine? Or grab a snack? Or take some medication? What can you do some self-care for yourself? Because self-care is so important. How can you set yourself up for a better day? I should probably hydrate. I have water beside me, but I actually think I might make a cup of tea. Because it's feeling like cup of tea time. Ooh, head rush. Head rush. Ooh. World is spinning. Ooh. Got up a bit too fast then, apparently. So there's still not enough water in the jug. Yes, I am, Catherine. God, how many years have I been here now? Alright. Apologies to our Twitch friends who may be in an ad right now. Knock out Twitch obligation. And do some stretches. Today we are having a combination of blackcurrant and blueberry, plum and boysenberry. And because it's nearly midday, I can also take get that cup of tea of brewing. Oh, crack of the foot. Ooh, make sure you stretch. It's very easy to not move. And welcome back. I hope you did do a little self-care and you set yourself up for success this hour. Oh, I definitely feel better after stretching. We have a cup of tea steeping away. It's very hot. Very, very hot. Definitely not quite ready yet either. Okay. What can we do now? What can we knock out? We are going to do these, and we're going to do them the same green as the house, just to bring that green down. So it uses the beech we've already got out, and then I think it uses spring green. So, and then that'll bring that green down here a bit as well. Okay. We're getting there. The amount of items left to figure out the colours for is significantly dropping down, and then it'll just be time to go with the pencils and add in all the contrast. We've tried to add a little bit of shading with the Inktense, so there'll be less shading to do with the pencils, but there's definitely still a need to go in with the contrast. It's all good if you're... I mean, you can always message me. I'm not quite sure what you're up to, Catherine. Yeah. Okay. Me? Up to? Yeah, I know people like that. That's the same thing Sammy does. But she's like, so you don't be mad at me. And I'm like, what have you done? Okay. Does anyone know what these are? I have no idea what these thingies are. These kind of look like jam drop cookies to me. I have never conspired like that for you, ever. Only like twice. Oh. You're sneaky, and I love you, but also you don't need to be so sneaky. I can't wait till I feel better and can stand the idea of having cold, wet hair for a while and actually re-dye my hair. It is sitting there in the bathroom, ready to go. It just, because I'm so like sick and cold, I don't want to have cold, wet hair while I recolor my hair. So it's just sitting there and I'm like, I want to recolor my hair. And by the time I'm going to feel ready to do it, it's probably going to be due for a trim. Which honestly, I could probably trim it now and go a little shorter again. But, still good. Okay. So, I think those are jam drop cookies. I have no idea what this thing is. And I have no idea what these are either. I feel like they're called bird nest cookies or something like that. I feel like I've seen something like them before, and like they're like nest cookies or something. See if we can find the cake thing with the dimple on top. Looks like a cannoli. Oh, it kind of does, doesn't it? Again, though, it's very brown. That's what we're trying to avoid. I wonder if they're bird nest cookies. No, but that is the little candies that I was thinking of on top. Those real pastel little egg things. Those ones aren't piped, but that's kind of what I imagine for the, like, ones with the center. I suppose I should just look up Christmas cookies and see what comes up, because this is meant to be like a Christmas village, so maybe if we look up Christmas cookies, we'll get some ideas. They were mostly going to get the sugar cookie style. Hang on. I see our twisties. I see our twisties. So yeah, whipped shortbread is what our twisties are. Okie dokie. I mean, we don't have to do them like the actual cookies, but it's interesting to look up and get some ideas. I should have had cookies on hand for today. I mean, I've got chocolate. It's fine. What are you? Some sort of baked cookie. Okay. Alright. So basically, they're a light brown. They're potentially a dark brown. That would also be a light brown. That's a lot of like cookie brown. We can leave that to be like royal icing, like it's been piped, and then that would also be a light brown. So I think we just have to do a bunch of the cookie color. We just need to do a bunch of this cookie color. As much as I don't want to have so much brown, it's the only way they're really going to read as cookies. So we need to replicate this. Which from memory I think is willow or saddle brown. Saddle brown because it's slightly cooler. Just worked very, very lightly. It'll just knock them out. No, picking it up didn't turn it on. Oh, there's my power bill. How bad is it this month? Whew! Power bill's almost doubled. Alright, so you want 120 on the 12th. It's okay, we can pay that on the 5th. Okie dokie. Hydrate, feed me candy. We have candy. The tea's still a bit hot for me to like really drink it fast, but I will take a bunch of sips for you. Thank you for the redeemed smoke. Also get an energy shot. Right, I think that's the amount that I placed when I was doing this the first time. There's my fake brush. Okay, last thing to try. Give your phone a little shake. See if that will turn your phone on. Okay, I'll have to wait for again the screen to turn off because I've set the screen timer to take like 10 minutes to turn off. Because it's such a pain in the butt to reboot it up when I need to use it. So, we'll just wait for it to go to sleep again. And then we'll try shaking it. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past the phone for that feature to also be broken. I know, I really do have to get on to replacing the phone. It's just... if I do it, it's going to triple my monthly phone bill. I looked at it the other day, actually. Also, if anyone does Twitch subscriptions through Android, be prepared they are increasing the price if you do it through your phone. So just something to be aware of. Because I went through it, I had to cancel all my subs. Because they were all done through my phone. So, yeah. So doing that did remove a little bit of the monthly cost that I pay. Because I don't subscribe to many people, but I have a couple of people I was trying to support. And I've had to remove those subs. And then, and so, yeah, that's added to the cost. But removing the Twitch subs saves me a little bit. And then I was just looking at a few things. And I might be able to just scrape by purchasing a new phone. Because they do allow me to go onto a cheaper plan. Which is a cheaper plan than I'm on now. Which wouldn't be so much of an issue, except for the cool minutes could be a problem, just with how much because right now I'm on a plan where I get a certain amount of minutes free, which covers all my phone calls, and I don't pay anything, and I basically average just under the monthly minutes that I'm allowed. So I could go to a cheaper plan and then pay for a couple of extra minutes as well, because not every month I use every minute, but it's doable. It's going to be tight, it's doable. Yeah. Well, I also just turned on the feature off and shook my phone and the lock screen showed up. Okay, maybe your gyroscope is gone? Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if the gyroscope's also gone. Again, the phone is barely hanging on. Perfection, hello, how are you going? Yes, we're back to the page. We are trying to fill in a bit more, so right now I'm just working on some of the cookies. So we're just trying to get the final few things based and coloured, and then we'll be able to finally go in with pencils and start adding in our details, like our kitty cat fur texture, and the shadows, and contrast, and glitter. I'm looking forward to adding glitter. Well, my phone was just concerned it couldn't find its S Pen. That's another thing as well, is that my S Pen dropped out several years ago, so I don't have an S Pen. Because that would be the other way to turn on my phone. Just now jiggling it does not set the lock screen up. Okay, yeah. It's becoming a problem. It's just like, the power button's been loose for a really long time, and then I woke up from a nap one day and I went to get my phone and I noticed the power button had entirely fallen out of the phone. Which, like, how does a power button fall out of a phone? And I was like, oh, that's fine, because I could still wake it up. But the sensor at the back for my finger is also half broken, like it's barely reading my finger sensor anymore. And then, the it drops out and cools. Part of the reason why I need so many minutes, because I'll ring people and either it'll hang up the phone or someone will answer and I'll hear them say hello, but my phone will think I'm still dialing and it won't let me talk, and it will still say it's trying to connect even though we're connected and talking. Occasionally things just crash. These also scratches all over the cameras, so when I take photos of my pictures for Instagram, I have to try and remember to edit out the little scratch, because there's a scratch on my phone and sections of my phone that are like damaged, so photos have like a couple of pixels that are blacked out. Oh god, what else is there? I had to take the case off it because the battery was overheating, and then I dropped it because it didn't have a case on it, so it also has a crack on the screen. It's a minor crack, but it is cracked. Yeah. Yeah. I'm good. Just woke up having my latte ready to colour all day, or just send you random messages. You can send me random messages. That's all good. You know me. I get to... no, you weren't asleep yet. I get to messages when I get to messages. You can send them to me and I will get to them when I have social spoons. Excellent. I've just had confirmation on another buddy colour for next month. That is another thing that I did with the Google Drive sheet as well, is I... so on the sheet that we spent so long working on, let me put you here so you get the full thing. So as I said, I made a thing for my unprinted digital books, so they're not on here, but I also added in a buddy colour tab, so that I could track the buddy colours that I've got planned for the next month. So you can see Perfections on here, and now... So yeah, next month is going to be a bit of a buddy month, but it's also all unworked books, which I'm very happy about. So, yeah. Or you'll send random messages on my phone. Yeah, it does that sometimes too. It sends random messages to people, which is great for someone who doesn't send a lot of messages. It's falling apart. It's the time I have to replace it. I'm aware I need to replace my phone. I'm trying to get myself to a place where I can justifiably afford to replace my phone. I am going to have to do it on a pay monthly. There's no way I can buy a phone outright. It's going to triple my phone bill, plus I have to have a certain amount up front to pay for it. I can make it cheaper if I can put more up front as well, I believe. And I am going to have to do it over 36 months, which I'm like, I don't want to have to pay off a phone over 3 years, but it's getting to the point where I'm probably just going to have to bite the bullet and do it, because it's just getting that bad. I did think that maybe I might be able to, because this is where the power button is, I might be able to use like a toothpick or something, just press the little button in there. To try that. I'm sure I've got a toothpick around here. There we go. It's like, it's just a little thing in there. So if I can find something thin enough. Yeah, so that managed to turn it to sleep. No. Does not wake it up. Oh! Did I hit the... Is that me actually just hitting it though? Yeah. Okay, well I can use a toothpick. If we get really stuck, I could use a toothpick. Also, why the hell are you trying to do a scan right now, computer? It's almost like buying a car. It is almost like buying a car. I am very glad I don't have a car to worry about. Alright, those two. Let's do this one. So just working very lightly with the willow. We're going to use, because again, Inktense is so intense in terms of pencils, we're going to use the excess colour to sort of squish things out. Fill out the page. Yeah. I have a feeling we are not going to finish this by the end of the month because we have one stream. We have Friday stream before the end of the month. So we'll have one more stream provided I'm physically up to it to try and work on this page. But even then, I think we're going to have more than 1 4-hour stream worth of pencil shading. So I think we're going to have to carry on with this one next month. But that's okay, you know, we've made progress on it. Depending how I feel on Friday, I may make the decision to try and finish off like some other stuff that is near completion. I know. So one of the things, whoops, just hit my camera. So I started working on Tasha and experimenting, and Prismacolors are working brilliantly on here and allow me to do the intense blends. So this is something that I really want to get onto because I really want to get this done. So I was just experimenting with some of the browns and the blues, just little bits in here to see how it layers, and it's working really well. So I'd like to get this one done. And then I also have Walk in the Woods that I'd like to get done because both those two are new books as well, so it would also add to the unworked book total. And then it'll be nice to get those two done before the end of the month, and then anything else is kind of bonus, but I'm aware the likelihood of finishing this with just doing it on stream is very minimal. So depending how I go on Friday, I may make the decision to just put this one to the side because I know it's going to be a whip next month regardless, and just try and smash out some other stuff that is on the list to do. Last year saved money for a new phone. So happy I did it because my old phone went rip 2 months after I got the new one. Yeah, the main reason I kind of do really have to get onto it is my phone is part of the security protocol to log into work. Because I work in medical, we have like multiple points of authentication to get into the desktop, and so I have to have my phone in order to log into work. So just like where my laptop went kaboom and then I could not work, it wasn't just a case of me finding another computer to work on, because it also had to be a secure computer. So I could have just like reach out to anybody and go, hey, can I borrow your computer, because I had to install security stuff and to get into the desktop. It's a thing. Which is why work was trying to set me up with stuff. Honest to God, if I was a full-time employee, I would have a work laptop. I would make them provide me with all this stuff. I could technically argue to have some sort of phone allowance with how much I have to ring them, but again, I'm a casual. I don't technically do a lot of, like, I'm not a full-time employee. If I was a full-time employee, it would be a different story. And then I'd be like, yeah, no, you guys can provide me with a few bits and pieces, make my life easier. I just use my regular laptop because it's just easier. But as I said, part of the way to log into work is to have a phone. Now, if my phone does go kaput immediately, just like when my glasses went kaput, I can ring up the government support system, and actually get a grant to get a phone. It's going to be a basic phone. It's not going to be like an S24 or anything. It's just going to be a basic phone. I think most of the time they're just like a prepaid text type situation. However, I might be able to argue to get a basic smartphone for the caveat of work. But because of my medical condition and living alone, having a phone is part of my care plan. So because of that, work and income would work with me to get that phone ASAP. So it's not ideal, but that is in the back of the mind that if my phone goes, I can ring up, I have a card, they just pay you onto the card and you go and pick up a phone. So I can get a phone quickly, but it just won't be a smartphone. But it will be enough that I can still keep working and carry on until I can get onto a better phone. If you were full-time, you'd have way more money, but sadly you can't work full-time. Yeah, I am medically not allowed to work full-time. So supported living is the government support that I am on. And in New Zealand, that means that you have a permanent or long-term incapability of working for a medical reason. So ankylosing spondylitis, chronic fatigue, and my mental health tied up to the fact that I have a consistent pain and disability that limits my mobility is why I have got an authorization to be on this government support. I have no obligation to work, but you can work up to 15 hours a week on this. You just have to report your income and you get less government support because you are also working. So I work 10 hours a week, which is kind of what my doctor said. I don't really want you doing more than 2 hours a day. It works really well for me. It works really well for my employer. So when I was moved on to this, we made it clear that I am working and intend to keep working, but I can only manage to work 2 hours a day. And the government's very happy with that because I'm still working. And yeah, I mean, like, there's some days it's a struggle just even to work. But then the other part of that is I am classified as a casual with my employer. I could technically argue to be a part-time employee because I have regular set hours that I've worked consistently for years. Apart from when I'm ill, obviously. And per New Zealand employment law, I shouldn't be classified as casual. I should be part-time. However, I don't do that. It would give me holiday paid sick leave, which I don't currently get, but I get a little bit more of my paycheck each week because of the fact that I'm a casual. So because I don't get holiday paid sick leave, I get a little bit more of my paycheck because of that. And then the other point of it is that because I'm a casual means technically your boss can go, yeah, there's no work for you today, or we don't need you today. My bosses have never done that. But in turn, I can also ring up and go, hey, I'm not working today because I'm a casual. Now, I do try to be nice and give them warning, but it's also a case of like, hey, by the way, in 3 weeks I'm going to Gisborne on the bus. I'm not going to be able to work this day. So it gives me that flexibility. They don't normally allow casual employees to work from home at my company. However, because of my medical condition, it makes no sense for me to mobilise into work for 2 hours a day when I have mobilisation issues. And as my manager knows, I am a lot more regular of an employee because I work from home. If I had to mobilise in, I would be calling in sick most days because the physical ability to mobilise into work. It also adds on, like, if I go to the local branch like I used to before I became limited mobility, I used to mobilise into a workplace for 2 hours a day. I used to do these hours when I was a student. But when I used to walk up to the one in town, the collection centre in town, and remote into work from the collection centre in town. And so it would take me 20 minutes to walk to work, and then 20 minutes to walk home, and then you also have to get ready for work and like pack your bags and stuff. So I added an extra hour to my 2 hour long shift. And if I called a taxi, that was like a good portion of what I was earning, so it was a bit ridiculous to taxi to work. When I first got sick, I used to have, like, a lot of people helped me mobilise to work, and I ended up taxiing and Ubering a lot more to work because my feet were swollen, I could barely mobilise. This is before I got my diagnosis. And anyone who could drive me home tried to drive me home or drive me to work. My dad, he used to work around the corner from me, and I finished at 6:30 and he usually finished at 6, so he would wait half an hour just to drive me the 2 blocks home because I could not walk 2 blocks. That's how bad I was. But then when I had my fall and I went into hospital for 5 weeks, I obviously wasn't working for 5 weeks while I was in hospital. And my manager also works at the hospital. So my big boss of the lab also works at the hospital. So she would come and visit me while she was at the hospital for work. And so would a bunch of the bunch of my co-workers, because they would also be coming up to the hospital because we worked with the hospital. So they'd come and see me. And then it was during this time that my boss was like, it's a bit ridiculous you mobilizing into work for such a short amount of time when you're in such pain, and this is clearly not going away anytime soon. So let's see about getting you set up for remote access. Because, if I get you set up for remote access, you could work in hospital if you wanted to. And at that point, I was so bored. I was like, yeah, I'll work in hospital. And so she went and started organizing for me to work at home. And this is where the company was kind of like, well, no, we don't really let casual workers work from home. And we're like, hang on, there's nothing stopping Amy from working except for the fact she's got a bit of a mobility issue. So by doing this, we're saying there's no work available for her, which is kind of a form of discrimination. And yeah, so I got access even though I'm a casual. But yeah, no, they've been really good about it. Again, it's a good place to work. It's not perfect. No place is perfect, but they've been very understanding with my health, and helping me work through and making it in a way so that I can still continue working even when I'm not feeling great. And so, I've had a cold for the last 4 weeks, and I've rung in sick a couple of times because I haven't been feeling well enough to work. And it's always been no issue because, again, it's just what it is. You get sick, you get sick. And they've always been really good about it. And they know I try my best with everything going on. Yeah. Yeah, no workplace is perfect, but I'm very lucky and grateful for the job I have. And I'm the thing is, before I got sick, I was working towards leaving. I was working towards becoming a counsellor, and then the plans changed because I was finishing my counselling, my psychology degree, and then the plan was to go on to my master's to become a psychologist after I had done a couple years of practical experience. So the plan was to actually move on. Now it's like, well, the job works with my health, but the job also understands with my health. And these days where, it's monotonous because I'm doing the same thing I do all the time and there's no challenge. And I am someone who likes a challenge. I am someone who does like to push themselves mentally, which is why I did do the degree. That's a big reason why I started relearning Japanese via Duolingo, because I realized I was missing that academic challenge. I missed the learning, and I was always someone who was looking for something new to learn, which is great at the lab because there's always new things you could learn. There was new departments that you could move into, there were specializations, and you could do on-the-job training and certification. So I was always doing all these different things. But then it was getting to the point of there wasn't a lot more that I could do apart from going back to school to actually get a medical technician's degree. And as much as I enjoyed my job, that wasn't really a field I was interested in. So that's why I went into the psychology degree, because that was actually something I was passionate about, mental health. But then, of course, the plans changed. But now that I'm at home, I don't have access to all those trainings, and I don't get that challenge that I used to. I'm not in school anymore. And these days, I'm very grateful for that, because with the chronic illness, I'm aware that my mental capacity has diminished. I've said it before, I feel dumber. I'm not, but I feel like my brain processes slower now, which is a common thing with a chronic illness and chronic pain. I feel like I'm in constant brain fog, which does make learning new things quite difficult. It does make quite a bit of memory retention and different things very difficult. It's a constant brain fog. It was a real challenge in the last couple of years of school to keep pushing through with school, and I managed, but it was a lot more difficult. And as I've gotten on and on in my journey, I feel that brain fog getting more and more intense. So if I was to go back to school now, it would be a whole new board game because of how brain foggy I feel a lot of the time. So that's why it's almost good that I'm in a job where I am comfortable. Again, there's still things to learn, especially the medical field. Things are always changing. So there's always little things to learn. There's always like updates to the system, new processes and new tests and stuff like that. But it's not like I'm learning a whole new job. But it does mean sometimes my brain is just like, we're not stimulated. I was reading the other day about, I think it was people with autism and ADHD. So they're calling it AU, ADHD. And like, so one side of the spectrum, people really like routines. Other side of the spectrum, people really like no routines and impulsivity and stuff like that. It might not have been autism, I can't remember. I was just reading this thing on it, and they were talking about that middle where these people in the middle who are on both sides of the spectrum, and they need the regularity of a routine, but then they feel unchallenged by the regularity of a routine. Or people who are like need the socialization of going out but feel overwhelmed in the socialized aspect. It's like this line down the middle where you filter onto both sides, and I was sitting there going, okay, yeah, this explains a lot about me because I am that person that needs socialization but overwhelmed outside. I need routine, but I get bored in routine. But if I don't have routine, I get lost in the chaos. But then I get bored when I'm in a routine, and then I need to change it up. So it's like, I've never been someone who can stick to a routine. I can do a routine for a couple of days and then I'm bored. I'm always someone that needs a challenge, but then I get overwhelmed by the challenge. So it was really interesting to read and go, okay, yeah, this kind of makes a lot of sense. But I was reading it in a very feverish, foggy state, so I don't remember a lot of it. I should have saved it. It was a really interesting read. What's it like being brain foggy most of the time? So I'm trying to think how to put it into words, because when something is your normal, it's hard to explain not having it. I don't know if you've noticed lately, a lot of the time when I'm talking, there's a lot more pauses now. There's a lot more struggling to retain words or struggling to communicate words a lot. It's like my brain is on slower and slower and slower in terms of the processing speed. I've always been someone who processes things really quickly and has never had an issue. So, for example, we can take this colouring page, right? I have been struggling with colour choices on this one. And I've literally sat here and stared at things for a long time while working on this one. Now, in the past, one of the things that has always been called out to me, especially in therapy, when we've been doing like tests or stuff like that, is that I will go through and I'm like, done, 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 done. I've never had to question decisions, because as soon as that thing comes up in my head, I write that down or I answer that question. It's like questions asked, questions answered. There's been no processing time. I haven't had to stop and think because the answer's there and I say the answer. It's always been very decisive. And that is something like with colouring. Sometimes I can look at a page and go boom, 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 boom. And a lot of the time when I coloured when it was like 2020, 2021, it was like boom, 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 boom. And there might be times where I've gone, maybe this, but there's not been me literally sitting here confused about colours. Like, there's always been things on the plate, things to talk about. Now, like, I will get asked a question, or I'll be trying to put a colour, and it's like the answer's not loading for me to start processing, even if I need to think about it, even if it's like, you know, with these people cookies, it's like, in the past I might have gone, I don't know, we'll go wild, might have gone, cool, we've got green, brown, something, okay, this colour's missing, boom, there's our answer. And then my brain might go, oh, brown, because they're cookies, and then I'll weigh it up and done. Couple of seconds. I've literally been staring at this, and I can't even load options for my brain to process. And I've talked about potentially making them cookie coloured, but then that option's not even like loading for processing, if that makes sense. It's hard to explain. Like, I can feel like there's nothing there for my brain to process when there should be something at least there to consider. It means that, like, when I'm working and I'm doing my job, like I had an incident the other night when I was doing the auditing, and something came up, and it's something that I have corrected multiple times, and I know how to find what's called the SOP. It's a standard operational procedure for this incident. I have done it so many times. I'm one of the ones that picks up on a lot and corrects the issue. And I was just staring at this, and I'm like, what is the SOP for this? I know this. Like, I couldn't even think logically how to get to the SOP. And it actually took me way too long to access what I should have been able to access. And it's just because that brain fog was just making it so difficult to see the way. And you can see Samsara just said, when my brain engages that mode, I talk myself through what I have to do. And that is something that I do a lot when it comes to, which is what I did for the SOP. I was like, okay, hang on. We start by going here. And so you have to break it down step by step. But these are things that are very intuitive to me previously. And I could have just gone boom, 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 find the SOP, take the information and send out the error and be like, this is wrong. But it took me 25 minutes for something that in the past has taken me 2 minutes. So that's where it's like your brain is on a go slow, and it just takes longer to click things into place. So yeah, and it's something that I'm aware of has been happening more and more, and things are getting harder to do, which is also why I've been trying to do things like learning the Japanese, because I think it's important to have something to keep my brain firing, to keep those synapses processing. But it's also having that awareness and that understanding of, I am dealing with an issue that takes everything some days. So some days we just don't have brain power. And so you make do, but it's just one of those things that you just notice, and I don't think is always talked about, is that it makes you feel dumber. For lack of a better word, it makes you feel dumber. I'm not. It's just taking longer for my brain to process stuff. And I don't like that, especially for someone who has previously been someone who's just boom, 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 boom. If things are logical, they've always been very easy to me to process. And it's just something that I'm aware of. So yeah. Random side conversation. But yeah, there's a lot of things I see about chronic illness, chronic pain online. And they'll talk about some stuff, but I haven't seen a lot of talk about the chronic brain fog. But it is definitely something. And it was really like, I hope you don't mind me saying this, Samsara, but when I was over at Samsara's and she was healing post-surgery, physically she was great. but because her body was putting so much energy into healing, she was saying that she's in a perpetual brain fog. And it was like somebody was experiencing what I go through all the time. Is like, you're getting what I do every day, like just sitting there and trying to process data for work when all your energy is going to something else in your body and you don't have energy for those processes for your brain. And it was like, yeah, every day. So it was nice to have a partner recognize and understand that that was something that I deal with. So yeah, been wanting to ask that for a while. It was never the right time to ask. Oh, good. Ask away if it's the sort of day where I can't answer the question. I will be honest and just say I can't. You can always just message me and then I'll answer you when it's appropriate as well. I don't mind talking about illness and disability and mental health because I think it's important to also have these places where you can talk about it and you can learn about it if you don't have a place to go to learn about it, you know? I'm not always the best at explaining it, hence brain fog, but I'll try my best. And I always appreciate when you all ask questions because I know sometimes I explain things and I don't explain things very well because, again, the brain is not braining. So that's why when people come in and go, it's not a brain day, it's like, yeah, I get it. I get it. I think I just went way too dark for these cookies here too. Some days are just, I have an intelligence of 6, I know what I'm doing kind of days. Exactly. Some days it's also like someone's cast slow on me. I don't mind. It wasn't a great feeling, yeah. It's not great. It's not great. It's just one of those things. Just one of those things. And again, that's why on injection cycle day 1 and day 2, when I joke I have the zoomies, again, my body isn't attacking me, so there's not energy going into parts of my body to be attacked. There's also not energy going into dealing with the pain and the inflammation. So suddenly there's a lot more energy on those days that is free, that is not usually available, which is why I call those days the zoomy days, because not only am I physically more mobile and physically able to move around more, but mentally I just have so much more energy. And that's why those days are the streams where I'm usually like really talkative and really hyper and really like all over the place, and we have those massive long streams where I'm just like hype, because there's just more capability in those days. It doesn't mean every day 2 is like that, because of course things like colds can throw you off the balance, but it makes a difference, you know. And I just recognize that those days are just better days, so those are the days I try to do things that I can't do on the not so good days, like groceries or big data projects or housework, anything like that. Okay, I think we managed to save it. I took a bunch of the colour off, and I think that's made it a little bit more cookie coloured. And then if we just pretend that that area outline is like a royal type of icing, then I just have to work out the centre colours. Alright. Neutral grey. Hang on. How do you attach to the wall? Because you could be very handy. Yeah, well no, you're not. You're not in my budget anyway. And it does screw into the wall, so it's not going to be in it. Okay. Just got an email about some daily specials, which included a washing line that is designed to be pushed back into the wall and then can be extended out. It's like, hang on, that could be really handy in here because I don't have an outside to dry my clothes. But it does need to screw into studs or supports, which my walls are concrete, so that's not happening. Any bleeding? No, surprisingly not. I have been trying to be careful about the pencils, but also the water use. But yeah, there's absolutely no spotting. There's not even any shadowing. There's a little dot there where I got my brush underneath by accident. But other than that, like, honestly, this paper in Inktense is a dream. The Inktense is going on so well on here, and it's moving in the right way so that I can pull colours in certain areas to create more shadow and depth. Really, really enjoying how this paper is handling media. Why did I pull out grey? I was doing this. I was getting rid of this white. We're just going to add the littlest amount very lightly to create some shadows. So it's white, but not white. Because this was too stark. So we went to a friend's place and they had ink pencils and I really liked them. I've added to my wish list. I freaking love Inktense. They are, you can use them solidly just to entirely colour a page, but they're also a fantastic basing medium under pencils for any book where you can't use alcohol markers, for example, or like anything that might bleed through. These can genuinely be used in place. I love using them in Kirby, and you can shade directly with them. Like, you don't have to work over the top with pencils. They make a beautiful page just on their own right. And I often do that in Mythographic. Mythographic also loves Inktense a lot too. Yeah. I definitely do want to get the additional 28 colours. And you can, like, they are intense pencils. You can work with them very lightly to create more pastel tones, but having a few Albrecht Durers to mix in lighter tones also really helps as well. But yeah. Like, technically I could call, once we've done the Inktense, I could call this page done. There's nothing wrong with this page being done when we're done. I'm just going to go in and deepen those values and create more contrast and add the third texture. But honestly, we could call this done with just the Inktense. I do not have hiccups. Also, it's been another hour, which time is flying by, but it has been another hour, so it'll be time for a self-care break. I'm going to try and drink a bunch more tea. Make sure you hydrate, stretch, meds, all the good stuff. You know how this works. Right. Get the blues, but I don't know where to get open stock here. There is somewhere perfection, because somewhere in Australia also has the new 28s. But it cost me more than the UK store where I could get the 28 as a set. The Australian store had them individually. Put it on my phone, it's easier. Oh yeah. Cold Pens is the UK store. The Art Shop AU. Oh, was that where I found them individually? Yeah, theartshop.com.au. Not .co.nz, I'm so used to typing that. Because they also ship to New Zealand. It could just be the new colours though. No, there's the old colours. Cool. Yeah, so it's definitely cheaper to get like a set, but they do have them individually if you just want to grab a couple colours. Oh, really need to get that Malibu colour. It looks so good. And amethyst. No problem. As I said, the Cold Pens in the UK is technically cheaper to get the new 28 as a bundle with shipping. And they do ship to New Zealand. And it's cheaper than me getting it in Australia. But if you're just wanting to buy a couple individually and you're in Australia, you may get free shipping. I don't know how that works. I don't know. Shipping was like almost the same price as shipping from the UK. Alright, welcome back everybody from the break. Hope you had a good one. Hope you got a stretch in. While I was stretching, I just noticed there was one more cookie cluster that we missed, so we're just going to do this one in here. Where's my paintbrush? There. Alright, let's see how much more of this we can get coloured in. So leave that colour out and say if we do want to do those cookie coloured as well. So we have jam drops, which I'm kind of thinking we should do bright red jam. And just bring that red for a little bit more. Like that orangey red of the strawberry jam. But it's a very specific orangey red. Let's see if I can find an image. That sort of strawberry jam it's $12 delivery, so that's not too bad. It's not too bad. That orangey red of the strawberry jam is the colour I'm thinking. So, with the colours we've got pulled out, I know we've got poppy red, which is a bright red, and then we've got tangerine, and we can mix those two together, and that should give us, if need be, we can use a little bit of cherry. What is it? Chili red. It's chili red. A little bit of chili red to help shade. And that will give us our jam drops. I'm going to just do like a circular motion because it's also not an even blend of colour. So by doing this, we're going to get that colour sort of mixing together. Then we'll do a little bit of chili red in the shadows just to bring that in. Start on our lighter side and we'll go tap 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 to activate so we don't push the colour around. We more splatter it together to get those different tones in the jam. And all it needs is a little bit of a shiny highlight for the glossy finish of the jam. A little bit of deepening of the shadow in the shadow area. So there's our jam drop. I like it. I like how easy it is too. You've got a jam drop. I think I finished my counts. I have 40 colouring books. Awesome. Well done, Spalt. 40 is still an impressive collection. Did you do the, like, worked and unworked and all those sort of counts too? Or just the total number of books? Give us the stats. I really like stats. I don't know why. Still can't believe these nearly 50 years of uncoloured pages. For anyone that missed when we finished doing our colouring book total, I used because I counted the workable pages, I added in the total of how many colouring pages in each of the books I have that I would consider a page to colour, minus away the ones that I had coloured, which gave us a total of nearly 12,000 pages to colour, and then using my monthly average of about 20 pages, I worked out that I have nearly 50 years worth of colouring pages to do. But that's okay. Two that will come to me eventually. I got to track down the Bell's House book, and someone told me about an artist vault that is now on my list. Sorry. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Bell's House one coming out. It looks like it's going to be quite an interesting one because it's also sort of like a choose your own adventure, but it's a colouring book. I don't know, it's got a weird description. I'm very interested to see what it is when it comes in. It's one of my 2 remaining pre-ordered books. Although when Kirby's Dark Fairy Tales becomes available for me to pre-order, I will probably pre-order that ASAP. I don't keep track of those kind of stats. I just need to know what's taking up space on my shelf. That's fair enough. It's also really nice just to know what you have on the shelf in the collection too. And Kanuko Augusta is coming out with a new book eventually that I know I will want without saying. Yeah, that's another definite pre-order for me. Kanuko Augusta's new book, Kirby's new book. Trying to think what else is coming out. There's a bunch of stuff that is coming out, especially heading into Christmas. There's a lot of books coming out. It's stuff that I'm like interested in, like the new mythographics and stuff like that, but Kirby's Dark Fairy Tales. There's also next year there's a 10-year celebration book of Kirby's coming out. There's one more like compendium book coming out towards the end of this year, which I think is like Mystical Beasts or something. So that one's coming out at the end of the year, I think November, and then might be next month actually. And then in March 2025 is the Dark Fairy Tales, the new one. And then towards the middle, I think, of 2025 is the 10-year celebration one, which will just is another compendium one, but there's also going to be some new pages in that one as well. Plus, there's going to be a 4-page fold-out one. So that one I will be getting as well, because A, unique pages. B, I get all Kirby. I love Kirby. Kirby's very important in my colouring journey, so I get all Kirby. But I'm looking forward to seeing that one. Dark Fairy Tales in particular, I cannot wait for. Especially seeing all the sneak peeks coming out. And yeah, there's a few that are like, would be nice to get. Like we've talked about Chris Ortega. Chris Ortega's I would like to actually get her actual books, or buy the digital ones to print myself. I think will be the way. And then God, who else was I keep an eye out on? I also really would like to get Purity Mouse, and there's a squirrel one that I think's by Mona. It's a style of book on Etsy. They're Japanese books. Those are the ones that I also think I would like to start investing into. Those are going to probably be one at a time from Etsy, because they cost in shipping just as much as they do as a book. But having done my book collection and knowing how many books I've got to work, I think now, like, the next focus is, well, next focus should be the phone. But after the phone, I'd like to start working on the pencils and getting saving up enough to get that Inktense set and then get the Pablos completed, and then feel like maybe then we can look at a few things. I was so impressed when I tried the ink pencils. I don't like watercolor pencils, but the ink ones would help me with backgrounds. Yeah, the Inktense pencils are just so intense in color, which is why I love them. Watercolor pencils are, they go more pastel, which can be fun to play with, but the intensity of the ink pencils, like that's why they're called Inktense. They are intense color, and that's why I like them. But you can still pastelize them, as you can see. Like, you can still work with them lightly, you can build up lots of tones. The thing with backgrounds is they can go a bit splotchy, so sometimes you need to do 2 coats on the background depending on how smoothly you activate the background, but they still work brilliantly for the backgrounds. I love using like multiple colors and then smushing it together for a background to just do easy backgrounds. Okay, what are we doing next, folks? What do we got left to do? This is meant to be white, so let's just slightly grey out just a little bit. What colour are we going to do the centre candy? Here. Bit of red left on the brush, so it's got a slight red tint, but that's okay. We'll fix that up with pencils. It's just about slightly toning down the white so it's not so white. Kirby is just going to have his own full room in your house soon enough, pretty much. Pretty much. Right. We're gonna do a blue and white candy for this candy in the front, just to reflect Heek's blue conductor shirt. It is an even number, so this will work. So I just realised we've done blue, red and white now, so maybe we'll do a second colour so it's not blue, red and white for this front of the tree. It's America! But also not just America. It's funny that blue, red and white is so associated with America, but it's like so many flags use blue, red and white. New Zealand's flag is blue, red and white. Because of the Union Jack and the 4-point star on our flag. 4-point star? 5-point star? I don't know. God, I can't remember. One of our flags, the Australian flag, has the 5 stars and we're the 4 stars. Our flags are too similar. That's why we had the whole thing a couple years ago. I say a couple years ago, it's probably closer to 10, 15 years ago now, where our government did a referendum thing on the flags of like, should we change our flag? And then like you could submit your own designs, and the designs, like the flag thing didn't go through. It was such a waste of money because the designs that made it to the final round of voting. They were so like meh. But the big thing was like everyone's looking at the non-chosen designs because they made all the design submissions public. So Laser Kiwi was one, which was a kiwi shooting lasers out of its eyes, and everyone's like, you should have chosen Laser Kiwi, like what a cool flag. Cost like so much money for that referendum, and then nothing happened from it. I just remember the John Oliver from Tonight, I think it is, Late News Tonight, I don't know, there was a comedy sketch bit done about our different types of flags that were put forward for the referendum. Good funny skit. Okay. Could add Laser Kiwi, such a missed opportunity, right? Now what, 2 different types of pencils, Inktense and Prismacolor, yeah. And also, Inktense can be used as a base under Prismacolor, so you can lay down like I've done here and then just lightly use the Prismacolor to add in some shading, or use them quite opaquely to do highlights and stuff on top too. So also a pencil sets that work together really well. Like I said with the Tasha's page, with the paper that I discovered did not like Inktense. So it's got all the colour placement down, and then I'm going over the top with the Prismacolor, and I don't have to do quite as many layers because it has got a little bit of a base layer. I still have to put a few layers on just to cover up the texture from the failed Inktense attempt. Yeah, you can layer the Inktense, activate, let it dry, work the Prisma on top. You can also use the Prismacolor up to the edge of something. Say you wanted to colour this in purely with Prismacolor, and then you decide you want to do an Inktense background. Because of the wax in the Prismacolor, your water won't go past it. So if you've coloured this in a solid Prismacolor layer, you can have a little bit more freedom with your brush, because if you go over, it's like wax, it's going to reject the colour a little bit. May tint it depending if it's like a really light colour, but it kind of works like a wax relief as well. The Prismacolors with their wax, when I did the Millie Mariotta with you and we did the crayfish, I coloured in the crayfish first with Prismacolor, and then because they're wax, I was like, well, I can use Distress ink on top, and on the lighter areas it did slightly tint it, but most of it got rejected because it's a wax pencil, and the water medium did not want to sit on top of the wax medium, so it meant that I could go back in with the Distress inks afterwards and just make sure I wiped off any excess that was kind of just pulling on that Prisma really easily, because it's wax. So yeah, also really handy for playing with other things like that, because they are a wax based pencil. They work kind of like a wax relief. They're not as solid as a wax crayon that you would use for traditional wax relief, but it is something that you can play with. Yeah, so lots of opportunities to play with them. That's why it's fun playing and mixing pencil types together, because you can do all sorts of different things. Oh, I'm getting stuck. I was going to do those pale yellow, but we're surrounded by brown, green and pink, so I feel like yellow's going to tie in too much with the... I think yellow will work. I think we'll go... I was going to pull out the Sicilian yellow, but I think that will be too close. But if we do the sun yellow, the brighter yellow, I think it'll be alright. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are like, why isn't our flag just a black and white silver fern? Because it makes sense. Blaze a Kiwi flag. Oh, look, there's a Wikipedia page about it. There's a cute Wikipedia page about it. Yeah. It was designed by Lucy Gray. A former... I thought it was a child that did it, but no. She produced the flag in Microsoft Paint. Oh my god. Yeah, so John Oliver did a thing about it. Yeah, but there was a lot of people who were like, this should just be our flag. Like, it's just become such a thing. During the Kiwi flag was used as a symbol of volunteer soldiers. But yeah, it is occasionally found around. I haven't seen it much, but definitely around the referendum I saw it in a few places. It was just such a crack up. I can't believe there's a Wikipedia page. Oh, that's hilarious. Could have had it all. I don't own many pencils, only Faber-Castell Classic, but them other two would be perfect for my colouring style. Yeah, and the Prismacolors being so creamy and blendable with how you like to colour your colouring style, I think will work very well for you. And then, like, as on top of that as well, if you want to play with a firmer pencil and do more of the layering that I tend to do with my colouring style, you've still got that option with the Faber-Castell Classics, because you can start with them as well. They're excellent pencils, and they still offer a lot of potential as well. You'll have what is essentially similar to an oil-based pencil. So Polychromos pencils are oil-based. Classic Colour is an oil-based pencil, just a much less pigmented one, but it gives you that firmness of the oil pencils and a way to play and practice with oil pencils. And then Prisma gives you your wax, and Inktense gives you your water soluble, and that is why those are my three go-to sets, because Polys give me the oil layer translucency, Prisma gives me the wax creamy opaqueness, Inktense gives me the vibrant color base. Between those three sets, it covers 99.99% of all my colouring needs. And because all three of them are readily available in open stock, if I use one of them up, it's not a problem to get replacements, which is another thing I like. Right, what were we doing? We were activating these little yellow eggs. And again, like, if you don't have the funds for a Prismacolor set full up, you can just buy a smaller set to start off with and then just expand the range pencil by pencil. That's what I did with my Polychromos. The only reason I got my Prismas as one hit was that was when I was doing YouTube in 2016, and with my first ever YouTube payment, I used that money to buy a full set of Prismas off eBay. That was my first ever eBay purchase from America, my first ever overseas online purchase, and I was so worried I was going to be scammed. Back in the day before Amazon was such a thing. But I spent so long researching all the sellers and trying to find the best price from the most reputable seller. And it worked out, and they came in. And then from there, I just replaced colours individually as I used them up. Okay, I like a little yellow eggs there. So we still have those thingies. We have the track. which I have no colour or what type of candy the track could be apart from licorice. We have this great thingy-mabob. This kind of reminds me of like one of those mushroom chocolate candies. The center of these, and then the people. And then the clothes. But the clothes I was going to do last because they're slightly different outfits. So it's like I could do different colored clothes here. Yeah, I could buy the full set right now, but I'm waiting because I need to use up my stuff to make room. That's valid. I'm at the point that I don't know. Alright, these we're going to do yellow like that. Tie that together. Make that less like a focus there. So it will help bring your eye around. The tracks could also be gum paste. They could be, which then gives us the fact that they could be any colour. Right now my brain's going, make them the charcoal, the Payne's grey, because you haven't used that anywhere else. And it's like, no, the Payne's grey is a mistake. Stop focusing on the grey. Because there is grey with cheddar. But it is still balanced because we have lighter grey and we have the darker sky. So not actually where your eye is being drawn. But yeah, the actual rooms was a mistake. So I'll figure out that part later. If worse comes to worse, I'll just go over it with some Posca. Right, what colour are we going to do the piping around? I suppose the piping could also be white. Like the little grill thing on the front of the train is also probably gum paste or fondant. Yeah, I was thinking it's either fondant, gum paste or chocolate. Oh. Sorry, I've just saw YouTube. I should have been watching that as well. My apologies. I'm sorry, I just probably asked before. Did Sam Sarah let you try the charismas when you're over there? She did. I did actually use them. I've got a page done in my Lulu Mayo. Ooh. I'm pretty confident it's this one. Nice colouring. I'm sure it's this one it's in. Oh, maybe it's not this one. Okay, I've done a witch in one of these, and I did them with the Christmas when I was over at Sammy's to try them out. Yeah, it was, the way to describe those was like they blended like Prismacolors, but they felt like chalk pastels. It was a really interesting texture. But yeah, they were an interesting set to use. When I tried them. This might be too light of a grey, but hey, we've done it now. We're gonna use it. I just want to tone down this white so I'm not looking at it in the centre. Go, that section's not based. Mushroom chocolate candies? Yeah, like they've got like a little pretzel stick and then they've got like a little mushroom shape on top made in chocolate. They're usually a Japanese candy. That's what that reminds me of. Your eyes go straight to the pink house. Yeah, it is the center. And the reason for that is because there is so much color now that it's balanced in a way where there's not like one thing drawing your focus. So your eyes are just going straight to the center. So it feels like it's the pink house, but it's just because it's purely the center. because everything's kind of moved all over the place, which is what I wanted. We wanted them looking chaotic. Right now, the red is popping out to me a lot, especially with the pink of the house and the red of the tree. So I know we don't want to do any more red in what we do, because we've got all that red through from all the jam drops, and then the tree, and then the pink house. So red should be good. Did you like them? Was there a difference to you? They were interesting to use. I didn't try them with my other sets. I feel like they might not work too well with Prismas. But they were interesting to try out. I don't think I would use them too often. It would depend on playing with them with other sets, but also the colours that came in it. I have those colours in other sets, so there's nothing different about the set compared to what I already have existing, if that makes sense. Like for Sammy, who didn't have pencils, great set for her because she had nothing else to, apart from some cheap jazz art pencils, I think. So for her, really, really like a good set. Because I have the existing sets and there was nothing in the charisma that I couldn't achieve with my current sets. Like, not something I would necessarily go out to buy personally. But I also, if I played with them a bit more, I might find something a bit more unique to do with them. I did find the texture of them interesting, which does make me think that they could be, if I was someone who worked with chalk pastels, they could be quite interesting to play around with. I also would like to try doing something a little bit more smudgy with them. I was thinking the other day, because I was looking at a Joanna Basford page where it had lots of white space behind it, and I was like, you need something to like, I don't like chalk pastel. That's a big thing for me. I don't like the texture of chalk pastel. But I was like, oh, if there's a pencil like a chalk pastel where you could colour in and then maybe smush it up a little bit, but it wasn't chalk pastel. And I was like, I need to borrow Sammy's Christmas. So that could be something to try. So next time I'm over at Sammy's, if she is feeling very kind and will let me borrow them, which I'm so sure she will, because she also needs to borrow my Inktense again. I might, if I bring a Joanna Basford book with me, I might try playing with them in the background and see if I can smudge them up and see how they go in that sense, because that could be really fun to try. Yeah. Okay. Green. Green. Page is making you hungry? Yeah. It happens a lot here though. Especially as we work on candy and cake pages, which I do love working on candy and cake pages. I am so excited for next month. I've got so many books that I want to work in. I feel like it's going to be one of those months where I pull out like 40 books as potentials to work in. We're getting to the brain aneurysm album. This is where the music gets really random. Alright, no more mucking around, Amy. We just need to get this done. We are so close to being done. So close to having this all based. Right, where's the dark chocolate? In the bar. Pull those two out. I'm sure it's a combination of those two that I was using. Yeah. Music's going down just a little bit. That one's also much louder and it's starting to hurt my head a little bit. We're doing this chocolate. The whole thing will be chocolate. I know I said no more brown, but it makes it cohesive with the train. I may need to add in another colour. I feel like I had another colour that I was working in when I was doing the chocolate. I wasn't just using dark chocolate, because it's not really a chocolate colour. Like, slightly too red. Oh, good smell. Enjoy your lick. We've got 17 minutes until the next break. I want to finish by the next break, so we're going to try and blitz through these last couple of items, but I also have the feeling we're not going to get there. But it's definitely time for me to go and have a rest. We're also going to do this thing, dark chocolate. Pull some directly off the brush to get a more intense colour in certain areas. And then also we need to do these little areas, the little I used too much water down here. I hope this one didn't bleed through because I used way too much water. Okay. Train track, train track. Brown. Just pretend it's milk chocolate. Get into the gap. Hate working in the middle of the page. The crease is always the worst part. Okie dokie. Maybe if I color in the facial details, it'll make this feel more, like, appropriate to be brown. So... let's try it. They're gonna get exactly the same colors, 'cause I'm boring. Alright, we do have to do a little bit of red. Let's do purple. We haven't done a lot of... actually, we'll use the thistle. We'll use the purple pink. Who said that? Who said what, hun? I don't remember what I said a couple of minutes ago. Remember things? Me? Never. I thought you said something about me boring. I am boring and I embrace it. There's a reason why I call my little community the Granny Squad and we talk about being in the retirement village because, honestly, dreams. I don't want to go out doing a big adventurous things. I want to stay cozy and warm in a safe little space and have a nice big activity room that I can go socialize in, but also go take a nap wherever I want. I admit that I'm boring and I embrace it and I don't think it's a bad thing. Oh. Alright. These cookies are going to be cookie colored. We might do them slightly darker than some of our other cookies, but they are going to be cookie colored. I was right, having the other colors in there does help break it up a little bit, but oop, that touched wet. And that touched wet. Cool. These might be slightly burnt cookies. I should really wait for this section to dry, but also is what it is. And there's more wet. Okay, so as long as that's how you view it. Yeah. No, I embrace being boring, and it's fine. Not all of us are made for exciting adventures. I wouldn't want to be someone who does a lot of exciting adventures. It's not who I am. That's why my streams are so chill, because that's what I would rather be and what I embrace. I embrace the quiet and the chill and the calm. And that's okay. Some people like the big, crazy, over-the-top, loud, adventurous, and that's all good too. If that's what you like, that's what you like. I like chill. My streams are a reflection of that I like. All I want is a colouring room for just all my books and supplies so I can buy more. Yeah. The dream of not only being able to just grab whatever books and colouring supplies that you want at any time, but also having the room to store all of them. They don't tell you about that part when you start diving into this hobby. Like, here's a couple of free colouring pages, here's some cheap colouring books, here's some pencils. Suddenly, how the heck are you meant to store all this stuff? And then you're spending 16 hours on a spreadsheet just to keep track of all your books. Let's see if we can blend out some of these areas. I think we've managed to blend it out a little bit. Cool. Should really be starting lightest to dark, Amy. That's the more logical way to do it. Even though it's always in my instinct to do the dark areas first. If you start light to dark, then you can push the excess pigment into the dark area. And it makes sense. And it works. And then it also helps with shading. That's valid perfection. You don't have to track your books. For me, it just helped me in how I was feeling overwhelmed. But if you don't need to, you don't need to, and that's all good too. Again, this hobby is about doing it in a way that suits you, and there's no wrong colouring. I keep saying it, there is no wrong colouring, because this is such a personal hobby, so just colour how it suits you. If that means you're like me and you've got a massive spreadsheet and a massive collection and, you know, you like working the way you like to work, all good. If you don't need to track, or you just have one book that you're working continuously till it's done, then you buy another one, or, you know, you only want to collect the books to look at, or you're not interested in the books, you just really like buying the media to colour in the books and trying out media, it's all valid. It's all about how it works for you. digital versus physical. Amazon paper, I know that's a big one. A lot of people are like, no, Amazon paper, and then other people are like, I don't need Amazon paper. And everyone, then these people are like, yeah, Amazon. You know, suits you, suits you. Okay, it's still a lot of brown in that section, but it's livable. Ooh. Alright. Well, we almost finished basing everything. We've just got these little things that I can't figure out myself. So I'll do some more research. The cannoli, the thing that Smoltz said does look very similar to it. So I might just look up some options for that one. But that is our last candy to base. And then we've just got the clothes to base. So we are very close to finishing having everything based. And I could technically run the ads and push on for a little bit longer, but I'm also feeling really, really shot. So I am going to call it here. I did want to end it too, and we are just about at 2. So there's enough chance for me to go and have some food and then basically go and hit the deck for a nap before work in 2.5 hours. Self-care. And so I'm recognizing it's time for me to go and do some self-care. So, for our YouTube friends, this is where we will leave you. But for our Twitch friends, we'll go and see if we can find someone to raid. It's gonna be a dump and run. Oh, Red Dragons is on. I haven't seen him on for a while. Well, we've got a few people on that we could go raid. I can't even make a decision. Oh. I hate the new thingy-mabob. Let's do it this way. I apologize if you get Twitch. Oh, wait, no, let's do it on our phone. That's more logical. I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. Where's the phone? I hate it on phone too, because they changed everything. Oh, somebody is actually legit colouring. I don't want to raid a new person because I'm not going to hang around. Yeah. I can't even make a decision. We're just going to end it here. I'm in that sort of headspace. I can't make a decision, so we're just going to leave it here. That's the decision. The decision is no decision. I can't think anymore. My head is really starting to pound, so yeah, we'll just leave it here. We should be back on Friday. I may take the opportunity during the week to just quickly finish off basing, because it is just the couple of little cakes and their clothes. So I may just get in there and get those all based so we can hit straight in with the pencils running on Friday if I don't decide to do the switch over on Friday, just to finish off any other pages that are near completion. Because of course we're coming up to the end of the month, so it will be time to try and finish off those last couple of pages and get those things done. So yeah, 10 AM Friday, NZD. Are we NZD or NZST now? I think we're still NZDT for a while. I don't know. Keep an eye out on my socials, on the Discord, all those places. I barely participate in my own Discord, but I do have a Discord. But yeah, Instagram's your best bet. That's where I'm most social. So Instagram is your best bet for messaging me, keeping in contact with me, and seeing what I'm up to. when I have spoons to post there, that is generally where I post the most. So yeah, keep an eye on the Instagram. Keep an eye on the YouTubes next week, because of course we'll be at the end of the month, so we'll have completed pages videos, plans for September, plans for September coming up, all that sort of good stuff. Make sure you look after yourself. You know, I'm saying this to myself as well. Make sure you hydrate, stretch, meds, all that good stuff, and let's try and get our immune system boosted, eh? Let's try and shake off the last of this damn cold. But I appreciate you all so much for being here. We are getting there with this page. It's so close to being based, and pencils is going to be a little bit, but it shouldn't be as long because the colours are decided, so it'll be just going in there and shading. We can work multiple colours at a time. It's going to be much easier. So yeah, appreciate you all. Take care of yourself. Look after yourself. I'll see you all on Friday, and if I don't see you Friday, I'll see you Sunday for the start of the new month. First day of the month stream. All sorts of fun stuff. So yeah, take care of yourself. Appreciate you all being here, and I'll see you in the next stream. Bye!